Good afternoon and welcome to the Cinch County Ground. We've, you might have noticed, but we've had a slight delayed start here in the Midlands today. We've got a bit soggy this morning, but we're ready to go. We've got one session of 36 overs to play in this Northamptonshire versus Kent Cinch County Championship, Rothesay County Championship, in fact. Division 2 clash. Both teams vying for promotion. Sat second and third. Luke Proctor won the toss earlier today. I say earlier, about 14 minutes ago. Play to start now. Proctor won the toss, elected to have a bowl first. Ben Sanderson with ball in hand from the David Capel end. Ben Compton, the man on strike. 4 slips in place for Northamptonshire. On a big appeal straight away from Sanderson, and the slip corner, nothing from the umpire. My name is Dan Jadzovic, joined by Aaron Viles here on Steelbacks TV. Well, what an eventful start we've had to this game of cricket.
Absolutely. Yeah, first and foremost, Dan, good afternoon. We're used to saying good morning here on Steelbacks TV, but yeah, we've had quite a few delays here in Northampton, unfortunately. Thankfully, the wet weather has passed for the time being, and well, that would have been the perfect start, wouldn't it, for Ben Sanderson and indeed for the rest of this Northamptonshire team. Definitely more favourable bowling conditions at this stage.
Very much so. A very, very simple decision, I think, for Luke Proctor at 4 o'clock this afternoon. And Ben Sanderson just confirming, if we had any doubt whatsoever, confirming the fact that it was, in fact, the right thing to do and bowl first here, as it has done or has been through the other games in the championship so far today. We are hopeful that we're not going to get any more rain interruptions here on day one, but the weather forecasts, well, it's a bit of a lottery, isn't it, really? Let's be honest with you, Aaron, but it's been an eventful start and it's great to have cricket underway. Down the leg side. Good take by McManus. Welcome in to you supporting Northamptonshire. And those of you from further afield that are joining us from Kent, it's great to have you along here on Steelbacks TV. Hopefully we'll be uninterrupted for the remainder of this fixture between these two sides. As I say, both vying for one of those 2 promotion spots up into Division 1. Ben Compton and Zach Crawley opening the batting here for Kent, with Sam Northeast carded at number 3, Tawanda Muyeye carded at 4, with Daniel Bell-Drummond, the captain, at 5. Chris Benjamin with the gloves in at number 6. Grant Stewart, Ikanch Singh, Keith Dudgeon, Matt Milnes and Matt Parkinson rounding out the 11 for the visitors this week here in Northampton. Squared up a touch, but well played by Ben Compton, who survives the first over, and an eventful start for Ben Sanderson. A maiden to start the day, 0 for 0 after the first, and the Northamptonshire 11 be Ricardo Vasconcelos, Luke Proctor, Calvin Harrison, Nathan McSweeney, Safe Save, James Sales, George Bartlett, Lewis McManus, Liam Guthrie, Ben Sanderson, and Yuzvendra Chahal. It feels a bit strange, Aaron, doesn't it, having rain delays in this summer sport? It's not one that we've really had to compute or digest or deal with so far in 2026.
No, we haven't. The weather has been well, next to perfect, hasn't it, over these past few weeks and even past few months. Very strange as well to get underway from a broadcasting perspective at gone 4 o'clock on a county championship day. But no, this should be a very intriguing session.
Liam Guthrie from the Lynn Wilson Centre end. Just the 3 slips for the left armour. Big appeal, swinging back into the pads of Zach Crawley. Very humid out there, I think, would be something even the untrained weather enthusiast would be able to tell from walking across the gantry here in the Lynn Wilson Centre. It is very, very sticky.
Yep, and it has been for most of the day as well, even going back to earlier this morning, about 9 o'clock. It almost felt one of those tropical days where you can feel that little bit of humidity and moisture in the air. So we've said it already, these will be pretty tricky batting conditions. And let's not forget that these two, well, this was the battle, wasn't it, in 2025, which Guthrie won.
My goodness me. Liam Guthrie conceding the first runs of the day. And very close probably to being called a no ball, I think. If Northamptonshire needed any extra assistance with the ball here, the floodlights are just coming on as well. So good news, the fact that the floodlights are available for the fixture here. We've got a minimum of 36 overs to play in the day. With these pretty grey and gloomy clouds, it's not going to be precipitation. There was a chance that it was going to be light. It was going to be another stumbling block for us here. Zach Crawley's away. Nicely timed off the knee roll. Gets a couple of runs.
I know it's still very early doors here, of course, for Guthrie, but just needs to tighten up the radar just a little bit. Those have been 3 very different deliveries, haven't they, when it comes to the trajectory and where he's actually trying to line Zach Crawley up. Whether he's trying to tail it back in, bring the stumps and the pads into play, bring Bold and LBW into the equation, or if he's trying to nick him off. It feels like we haven't seen a set plan as of yet.
Nicely played. Zach Crawley, full face of the bat. I think that second one was a real loosener, wasn't it, for Liam Guthrie, and up against Zach Crawley. I'm sure he's going to have happy memories of that delivery that he served up to him early on in his Northamptonshire career, which swinging back into the body and the pads of Kent opener. 3 for no loss, the score. And it's pretty gloomy out there again, isn't it? We've got 2 teams currently 2nd and 3rd in the table as well here in this game. They'll both be, I think, absolutely delighted the fact that this first day isn't a complete washout.
Oh, 100%. And look, they're 2 very fiercely competitive sides led by 2 very competitive coaches in Darren Lehman and Adam Hollyoake. So I think Northamptonshire will be the happier with the conditions. But at the same time, you've got to try and almost see out these tough passages of play. I don't think that Kent will be necessarily too disappointed to have some play today, because they know that ultimately if they can go on to win this game, it just gives them a little bit of breathing space, doesn't it? When you look at the table so far, mentioned already, Kent being the team in 2nd place, Northamptonshire just 4 points behind them in 3rd. So it's one of those where we could have a role reversal, Northampton leapfrog Kent, or Kent can just give themselves that extra bit of freedom.
Excellent finish to the over for Liam Guthrie. Well left alone by Zach Crawley. You can see, can't you, with the way that those Grey Nichols stickers on Zach Crawley's cricket bat are just twinkling under the floodlights, how much of an impact those lights are having at the moment. 2 overs in, 3 for no loss. Yeah, as you say, it's 2 teams going head to head here. A positive result either way will have a huge impact on the remainder of the season. As you say, it's not just breathing room for Kent if they were to be successful here, but by the nature of leapfrogging, Northamptonshire would end up with breathing room in 2nd place as well. So And certainly, you'd say, having won the toss, whichever team got the opportunity to bowl first here would have the advantage.
Oh, 100%. We've said it already, the conditions are definitely set up here for the new ball, getting that bit of extra lateral movement, really putting the pressure on the openers. But of course, if these two can survive for Kent, well, that's a massive morale boost.
Down the leg side. McManus not able to tidy that up. I think that's going to go down as leg byes, is it? No, byes, in fact. Will allow the batters to change ends. So Ben Sanderson will get a look at Zach Crawley for the first time.
Well, if I may, Dan, let's just talk about Ben Sanderson's season so far. Currently the third leading wicket taker in the division, behind only Matthew Potts and Ben Aitchison of Durham and Derbyshire, respectively. And his numbers have been frighteningly good. 45 wickets at 17.82. And I think that both of us would be in agreement. He put together the best spell of bowling we've seen all season right here against Worcestershire.
Yeah, that was quite an exceptional performance, wasn't it, by Ben Sanderson? Really was. High class swing and seam bowling performance from Ben Sanderson, who just keeps on doing it. Keeps on doing it year after year. And it's a joy, isn't it, to turn up here and get to watch Ben Sanderson operate with the Dukes. Big inside edge. An eventful start here, 5 for no loss.
Well, for those who don't know what we're referring to as well when it comes to that spell from Ben Sanderson, his overall innings figures in that second innings against Worcestershire was 7 for 31. But there was a spell of around about 30 to 40 minutes. He took 6 for 7 in the space of 29 deliveries. It was absolutely captivating.
Yeah, it was exceptional, wasn't it? They're going to strengthen that slip cordon as well. Leg slip goes in. Safe save is just round the corner for Ben Compton. Squared up. What an absolute beautiful delivery that was. Always fascinated and admire the role of an opening batter in these situations. You would have looked down, you would have watched the toss, and you would have got that indication that Kent would have lost that toss, and you would have known exactly that you'd have been out there. You've walked out there, you've looked at the pitch. It's a bit green, I think would be fair to say. There is some assistance on the surface. It's very grey, very humid. The floodlights are on. But almost the mental kind of toughness to go and open the batting in these conditions and try and get rid of all of that out of your mind and go, I just need to face the ball and play this on its merit is remarkable. 5 for no loss at the end of the third.
Well, it is the most difficult place to bat, isn't it? Especially in first-class cricket, when the seamers, they're at their freshest. The ball is also at its freshest, especially in conditions like these as well. And it is a position almost of near constant failure. It's one of those things which gets brought up a lot when it comes to the psyche and the mentality of opening batters, but you just know that it's part and parcel of the role. You look at even the greats in the game. More on that after this first ball back for Liam Guthrie.
Oh, glorious. Over pitch, but crunched through the offside by Zach Crawley. You can see the plan here for Northants against Zach Crawley. They really want Guthrie to be hitting that surface, swinging the ball back in to Crawley with those catches on the leg side. That really was a wide half volley from the Australian left armour. And Crawley is not going to let that go unpunished.
Absolutely not. That will give Crawley a nice bit of extra confidence as well. It was a little bit of a loosener by Guthrie standards, but very stylishly put away by the former England opener. Yeah, just going back to that, I always use the example of Sir Alistair Cook, who, of course, for most people, may well be the best opener that they've ever seen. But if you break down the numbers in the Test arena, and even in first-class cricket, there isn't too much discrepancy, actually, with Chef's numbers, but he scored a century 1 in every 8 innings.
Sounds like quite a good conversion to me.
Well, it is. But of course, if you were to put that in context of, let's say, other sports, if you had what we consider to be success, which is 100, they're the big knocks that we remember, don't we? Especially as the opener, and if they get the chance to carry their bat, even better. But that's a 12.5% conversion rate when it comes to the actual scoring of the centuries. Of course, he scored more half centuries than that along the way, but it is crazy to think.
Yeah, it's a remarkably brutal sport, cricket, particularly the batting aspect of it, isn't it? Solid by Zach Crawley there. Really getting into his work nicely up against Liam Guthrie. 9 for no loss after that first boundary. Crawley on 7. Compton at the non-strikers end, yet to get off the mark. Short and wide. Crawley climbs into it. And despite the rain that we've had here and slowing that outfield down, nobody is able to keep that in play. Another boundary in the over for Zach Crawley up against Liam Guthrie. Takes the scores to double figures.
Well, so far, Crawley is winning this battle against his nemesis from 2025. We've already touched upon it, but that was 3 overs into the championship campaign. Liam Guthrie, clean bowling. Zach Crawley with a bit of a beauty in swinging back. Quintessential left arm seamer's dismissal against a right-handed bat. But so far, hasn't quite been on the money as of yet. Plenty of action taking place up and down the country as well, not only in the Rothesay County Championship, but of course the Test Series as well. England taking on Pakistan at Lord's. We can give you some updates from around each of the different grounds at the end of the 5th over. But plenty going on across both divisions in what could be an important weekend in this year's County Championship.
Solid again from Zach Crawley to end the 4th over, 13 for no loss. Yeah, do you want to take us around those scores, those numbers?
Oh, go on then, I'll do it now. Why not? Well, let's start with the test match taking place at Lord's. So Pakistan won the toss, elected to have a bowl first in the second game of this 3-match series. And as of the 41st over, England are 158 for 5. Jamie Smith and Jordan Cox currently batting for the 3 Lions and a Crown. Cox has moved on to 54 not out.
Beautifully bowled by Ben Sanderson, just conceding the 1 run off his 2 overs thus far.
As for the games also taking place in this division, the second division of the Rothesay County Championship, unfortunately, we saw no play take place at the Our Co-op County Ground in Derby. That fixture sees Derbyshire playing host to Middlesex. So the rain, unfortunately, washed that day out.
And Compton off the mark. Big inside edge. Allows Compton to get his account underway, 14 for no loss.
As for the game taking place in the West Midlands, there's currently a ground inspection at New Road, so that game sees Worcestershire taking on Lancashire. The pair still have a little bit of an outside hope of getting into that top 2, but they'll need a few victories along the way in the run-in. And as for the final game taking place in the second division, that one sees Durham playing host to Gloucestershire.
Or edged and played really nicely by Zach Crawley. Gets it past the diving McSweeney. Crawley gets another boundary.
played that with soft hands, didn't he? Zach Crawley wasn't looking to hit the leather of that latest delivery from Ben Sanderson. As for that game taking place in the northeast, well, Durham going along pretty well. The league leaders bowled out Gloucestershire for 137. And in their first innings, the home side are 67 for 2. Will Rhodes and David Bedingham, the men in the middle for Ryan Campbell's side. Also plenty going on in the top flight as well. Unfortunately, we saw no play at Edgbaston. That is one of the real mouth-watering clashes as first-placed Nottinghamshire travel to Birmingham to take on third-placed Warwickshire. On the south coast, Sussex are taking on Somerset. Somerset were bowled out for 202 and, well, arguably the story of the day in the county championship. Henry Crocombe not only took a fifer, but reached his fifer with a hat-trick, which was absolutely unbelievable. In response to that, Sussex are 16 for 1 after 7 overs. Tom Haynes, the first man to depart, dismissed by Lewis Gregory.
Quick single taken, nicely called through by Zach Crawley. Takes the single, keeps the strike. 19 for no loss at the end of the 5th over here at the Cinch County grounds. And I think we might have avoided the last of the rain. I think, looking at it, looking out the window, everything looks like it's just starting to break up and brighten up here above us in Northampton. So fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed indeed. Well, let's just go through quickly the final 3 matches taking place in Division 1, taking on Hampshire. Hampshire were bowled out for 162 as a result of some excellent bowling from Glamorgan's team quartet, but in response in their first innings, Glamorgan struggling a little bit. 34 for 3 after 12 overs are the Welsh County. And as for the final game taking place here in the Rothesay County Championship, a huge one for Surrey, who are currently embroiled in the relegation fight. More on that after this latest delivery.
Down the leg side once again. Encouraging appeal from the slip cord. No interest from the bowler Guthrie.
Well, let's talk about that game in Chelmsford. Essex playing Surrey, and after 39 overs, Surrey are 108 for 5. He says they've just lost a 6th. So Adam Thomas, the latest man to depart. Sam Cook getting his 2nd wicket of the game. So Surrey now 108 for 6 in Chelmsford.
Yeah, getting towards the business end of the county championship. Suddenly these games just feel like they carry slightly more weight than what they would have done in June or in May or April, which is exciting, isn't it? A little bit of promotion and relegation in professional sport is like, there's nothing better. That bit of jeopardy as we get in towards the final few games. 19 for no loss here. Kent had a very, very good start, considering they've been asked to bat first by Luke Proctor. On the leg side, half stopped by McManus. It will go down as leg buys. Another boundary for Kent. Takes them to 23 for no loss.
Yeah, so far these two just navigating the early storm from Guthrie and Sanderson very adeptly indeed. Admittedly, Sanderson has been probably the more controlled. Say probably, definitely has been. 3 overs, 1 maiden for 7 runs. Guthrie a little bit more expensive. But again, in these conditions, as a bowler, you've got to go into this thinking every single one is an opportunity.
On the leg side, a big shout of catch it. Again, Liam Guthrie not quite not quite with the theatrical skills required to convince an umpire, or at least not matching the energy of the slip cord in any way.
No, definitely not. Of course, from our position here as well in the commentary box, it didn't sound right, did it?
No.
Absolutely not.
I suspect Zach Crawley probably missed that by quite a way. 23 for no loss. 3 slips here for Guthrie with those 2 catches in there on the leg side. On a bit higher and into the thigh pads. Good finish to the over. 23 for no loss after 6.
Of course, for those of you tuning in via the YouTube live stream on Steelbacks TV, please do consider subscribing. Currently on 98,000 subscribers on the YouTube. Myself and Dan will be here for all 4 days of this latest Rothesay County Championship fixture. Of course, for the rest of the season, all the games live streamed for free right here on Steelbacks TV. So if you haven't already, please do hit that subscribe button and let us know where you're watching the action from, whether it's here in Northamptonshire itself, whether you're tuning in from Kent or indeed further afield from overseas. Let us know. Myself and Dan absolutely love the interactions. We've had some great locations, haven't we, over the course of this season? So yeah, let us know where you're enjoying the broadcast from.
Bit of geographical fun on a championship live stream. Doesn't get much better, does it? 4 slips plus save Zabe in there at leg slip as well. Can they remove the resolute style batter that is Ben Compton? I think you're always going to feel you're in the game with a stroke maker like Zach Crawley. Ben Compton's got an ability just to blunt out an innings, hasn't he? Blunt out a bowling attack. You really do need to remove a Ben Compton from a first-class game of cricket. Ben Sanderson certainly has the skills to do so. But it is going to be immensely challenging. And I think as well, Ben Compton strikes me as the type of character that in challenging conditions just thrives in those kind of moments as well. Wants to be in the battle, wants to show everybody that it's possible. He's on 1. Very well left alone once again.
Someone who's also got a pretty good recent record against Northamptonshire. Think back to the previous game between these two sides down in Canterbury, scored 114 not out. So frustrate Northamptonshire on that occasion.
On the leg side, great take by Lewis McManus. What an exceptional take that is. He's let a few go past, not through lack of trying, but that is an exceptional bit of wicket keeping.
Yeah, that is some grab, isn't it? Fair play to Lewis McManus. Made that look easy in a way, which is crazy to say, but that really is a terrific stop. And just going back to Ben Compton, of course, in the other game taking place last season, scored 66 also down in Canterbury. And even a couple of years back in 2023, scored 114 out yet again. So he does like taking on the Tudor Rose.
Nicely bowled again, nicks the single. There's the trade-off from having those fielders in the slip cord and in the catches. There are those gaps, and Compton finds one of those, takes on Luke Proctor, doubles his score up to 2. Well left alone from Zach Crawley. to end the 7th over, 24 for no loss, Kent.
And now seems like a perfect time, Dan, to give our first couple of shout-outs, and both of them come from North America. Let's start with Kevin, who's tuning in from Daytona Beach in Florida. Here for the NASCAR. That sounds like a very nice way to spend an August weekend. Quite clearly supporting Kent as well. He's put Go Crawley. And as for Richard Gardner as well, hoping for a wicket or 10 from Prince Edward Islands in Canada. Well, it's great to have your company again. Myself and Dan try and see as many of those comments as we can, but yeah, hopefully the weather in both of those locations has been better than it has been here as well in the past 24 hours. Lots of rain across England and Wales. We keep our fingers crossed for no further delays.
Absolute beauty from Liam Guthrie. The rare play and miss from Ben Compton. Northampton's packing that slip cord, and they know that this session could be short. Could be a quicker session, couldn't it? With these floodlights on, just the 36 overs anyway. As we get later on in the day, light could become a factor. On first viewings, it doesn't appear there's a huge amount of pace off the surface for the seamers. I guess the weather that we have had, the rain, obviously that water table, whilst being quite low, potentially has just risen generally a little bit, taken a little bit of the zip out of the surface. But yes, it does look green from a distance, and I'm sure it does on the live stream as well, but more often than not, that makes for just good cricket wickets here at the Cinch County grounds. Good for the batters, good for the bowlers.
Just the other thing to mention as well, this time about the outfield, of course, you'll notice compared to previous weeks, a lot lusher, a lot more green compared to the brown tinges we saw during the Metrobank One Day Cup. That rain has also slowed it down. We saw that with the earlier boundary from Zach Crawley. That would have been last month. No doubt whatsoever, it's going for 4. So running between the wickets will also be very important indeed.
Yeah, you don't quite get the same value for your shots as what you might have done a couple of weeks ago. Good over this so far. William Guthrie up against Ben Compton. And he'll be desperately hoping he can get out the other side of. Just on the angle, taking the ball away from Ben Compton, who you're going to do very well, aren't you, to tempt into a big booming drive off something back of a length here. So fair play and credit to those spectators that are in the ground as well. I saw somebody with a Kent membership lanyard on outside earlier today that's obviously had a very, very long day here in Northampton, having driven up from Kent this morning. And there is one that's just shorter and wider. Compton on the back foot, climbs into it, and Guthrie unable to get out of the over without conceding a run. 28 for no loss at the end of the 8th over.
It's about to say that is worth the journey from Kent. Seeing that shot from Ben Compton, quintessential from the left-hander. How many times have we seen that over the years? Another couple of shout-outs as well, Dan. The first one to Luke, watching on from a very wet Banbury. Tuning in for Northamptonshire, of course, hoping for an early wicket. And as for Leon, well, he's watching from Barcelona Airport. And fortunately, the flight has been delayed by an hour and a half. But what better way is there to pass the time than by watching the county championship? Well, we're sorry to hear about the delay, Leon, but we hope you can enjoy the cricket on offer. Here's Ben Sanderson. Starts off with a very nice delivery from the David Capel end. And again, that always blows my mind, the fact that we've had some great transport stories as well, haven't we, this season? We had one from the Andes, didn't we, earlier on in the county championship. Had a few from rainforests, and it's just crazy to think, not only about the widespread appeal of county cricket, but the fact that it's so handy to have it on your phone or your laptop. It's quite simply amazing. Big appeal here for Ben Sanderson. The Northamptonshire slip cordon were animated. Standing umpire was unmoved with that latest shout.
Looked quite high, didn't it? The other thing that you can see from certainly our commentary vantage here on top of the Lynn Wilson centre end, Zach Crawley is batting a fair distance outside of his crease, trying to negate any of that lateral movement that Ben Sanderson's able to get here on day one. It's a good appeal, though.
Certainly is. This is what you can always bank on from Ben Sanderson. It is just discipline, control, metronomic accuracy, great lines and lengths. A real master when it comes to bowling here at the Cinch County ground. I think we may just have a slight change in the field here. Also looks like we're getting a helmet onto the field of play. Just being ran on to safe save here. In fact, it will be Zabe himself who goes under the lid. Well, I must say, Dan, I quite like this.
Yeah, I suppose I mentioned that Crawley's batting outside of his crease, trying to negate that swing. Might make an effort to keep him in there a little bit.
Huge shout again, Sanderson. Nothing given. Really tricky spell, though. This from the Sheffield-born seam bowler. Already touched upon it in the broadcast already. 45 wickets on the season for Ben Sanderson. He just keeps getting better and better and better.
Yeah, and here's the next move as well for Ben Sanderson to try and get a bit more advantage as Lewis McManus is going to come up to the stumps here against Zach Crawley. Northants have seen enough of Crawley batting outside of his crease. Obviously don't feel as though that movement sideways is lavish, so therefore can have Lewis McManus up to the stumps. A little bit surprised that hadn't happened earlier, particularly for Sanderson.
Yeah, I think that would be the tactic to employ. Maybe not against Guthrie. Guthrie, a little bit different, more of a gunslinger compared to Sanderson. Let's see if it pays off. McManus stood up to the stumps. Starts off very well. Good take. We almost take that for granted, don't we, Dan? We see it so often around the county circuit, but that is a very difficult skill to take those kind of balls.
Oh, it's exceptional talent. An exceptional talent. One that I just generally don't think wicketkeepers get the credit they deserve, generally speaking, and I would be one of the proudest members of the union. But that is exceptional, isn't it? Ball swinging and seaming and just melts into the gloves.
Well negotiated by Crawley. One more added to both his and indeed Kent's tally. And now McManus will go back to his original position as Ben Compton returns to the striker's end. Plenty of encouragement being offered. Safe save still hasn't taken off the helmet. That leg slip. Can Sanderson get Northants on the board? He won't there. Smart single taken between the two Kent openers. That will be a single to wrap up the ninth. Kent are 30 without loss. One more shout out as well, Dan, to Jonah, who's tuning in from Koh Phangan in Thailand. It's very wet and it's also 11 o'clock. Goodness me, Jonah, fair play. We thoroughly appreciate your company and also respect the commitment as well. Hope you're having a great time out there too. For the first time from this, the Lynn Wilson centre end will have a change of bowling. It'll be the Northamptonshire captain, Luke Proctor. Man who's taken 11 wickets at 46.18 so far in this year's Rothesay County Championship. He replaces Liam Guthrie. Here we go then. Proctor to Compton. Starts off straying down the leg side. Well stopped by McManus.
Yeah, it's just the ball's just wobbling a bit, isn't it, as it goes past the stumps. It's got a horrible ability to do that here in these cloudy conditions at the Cinch County ground, which McManus is doing a good job at the moment in challenging conditions. But this will just be a move, won't it, here for Northamptonshire and Luke Proctor, just to try and get a bit of control from both ends. Liam Guthrie, he's gone at 3.75, but he did concede the 4 leg byes off that over as well, which I know he doesn't accredit to those runs, but he hasn't offered the same control that Ben Sanderson has.
Well pushed forward by Ben Compton. And balls down for 1 extra run. Well, that's what you can bank on with Luke Proctor. And actually, it's been quite a nice little tandem that he's not only put together with the likes of Ben Sanderson, but also James Sales. Because you've got someone in the former Lancashire man who can just build up a load of pressure. He is an express pace. It is slightly quicker than you'd expect, though, with Luke Proctor. So what you describe as a strong shoulder bowling. Zips off the surface a little bit quicker than anticipated, but tends to be the accuracy. That's his real calling card.
Yeah, he has the ability to surprise a batter, doesn't he? Which sounds silly at the professional level, but because that shoulder is quite so strong and just one of those, it's just a little bit quicker than what you think as you watch Luke Proctor run into bowl.
So far, Crawley happy to be very respectful of Proctor's bowling.
Started as well, Zach Crawley, hasn't he, to turn that form around. Someone that struggled in 2026 for the most part, but did pick up that score of 50 last time out, which was really good to see. Just such an imposing figure, Zach Crawley. It's such a tall cricketer, big strides forward.
Well, just looking at his season so far, so to give a little bit more colour and context really to that knock, that was against Middlesex in the last round, round 10, scored 81 in that game for the White Horse. But overall in the season, 7 appearances prior to this game, that was his only 50-plus score. He scored 307 runs at 23.61. Everybody knows that Crawley is a far better cricketer than those numbers. So with it being such a pivotal and important time of year, he'll know he's going to be one of those almost talismanic figures that Kent will be looking for with the bat in hand. Here's Sanderson then to Compton. A few oohs and ahs from the Northamptonshire slip cordon. Northants themselves, of course, coming into this off the back of a thumping win in the Northwest. By over 300 runs, they defeated Lancashire. Some really good performances in there across, well, all disciplines really. Especially George Bartlett's and Ricardo Vasconcelos with the bat. Scores of 92 not out and 100 respectively for those two. But for both of these counties, they have got a really, really good chance of making that top two. Just to run you through the run-in for both of these sides, starting with the host Northamptonshire. After this game, they play host to Durham next week at the Cinch County Ground. Then it's an away trip to Worcester to take on Worcestershire. Then they play a home game here in Northampton against Derbyshire and round out the season away against Middlesex. Which could be a rather important game, providing that the promotion race goes that deep. As for Kent, well, their next game is at home against Worcestershire. They then travel away to Derbyshire and finish off the campaign with back-to-back home matches against Lancashire and Gloucestershire. And what a turnaround it's been as well, Dan, for Kent. After what was a very difficult start to the season, they have been immense in the rounds that have followed.
Yeah, it's been a huge change of fortune, hasn't it, since these sides last met down at Canterbury earlier on this year. Northamptonshire putting together, well, a whole host of records down there against Kent. All of the top four going on to score hundreds. Nathan McSweeney scoring his first for Northamptonshire. And a fair amount of play was lost due to the weather, wasn't it, earlier on in the season? And I mean, since then, it has been a huge change for Kent. It's been incredibly impressive to watch from afar, as was that short arm jab in front of square on the leg side by Ben Compton, who picks up another boundary.
Yeah, well negotiated by the left-hander. First time we've really seen Sanderson drag back his length to that extent, and unfortunately for the veteran seam bowler, got punished on that occasion. But yeah, just going back to that game back in April, that was, in Canterbury. Luke Proctor, the captain, an unbeaten 261. McSweeney, as you mentioned, he was also unbeaten on 101. Also centuries for Vasconcelos and Calvin Harrison. With those two scoring 127 and 153 respectively. Sanderson rounds out the 11th with a dot ball. Kent are 35 without loss. So Proctor, it will be to continue from the Lynn Wilson centre end. 3 slips in the cordon. Backward points, extra cover. Wideish mid-on, mid-off. These will be more runs for Zach Crawley. Ben Sanderson goes off in pursuit. And it's been timed and placed well enough for 4. Not for the first time by the former England opener. Just looking at the overhead conditions here, Dan, I think we've seen the worst of the gloom pass overhead. It's definitely brightened up a little bit. Yes, we've still got the floodlights playing into the equation. They have weathered the early storm of these two very, very well indeed. As for the final 2 fielding positions as well, prior to that ball, James Sales is there at mid-wicket and also a long leg in play here for Luke Proctor.
Yeah, it's hard really to know what would be deemed as perfect for Kent in this situation. I guess perfect would be to get to 36 overs whenever that comes around, or whenever stumps is called for the end of day 1, and to be none down for a number. I don't really know if the runs on the board are particularly important, but to battle through that tricky opening spell and this continuation here from Luke Proctor, and to be none down as you go into day 3 would be perfect, wouldn't it? But there's still a lot of cricket to play here. Another 25 overs to go, in theory. And all the while that Ben Sanderson's got the ball in his hand, you know you're in with a shout.
Clipped away by Zach Crawley. Should just be a single. Chahar doing the fielding down at long leg. Well, the other interesting factor, of course, in this game, just looking at the two sides, will be the battle of the spinners. Because, let's face it, these are not ideal conditions for spin bowlers, but Northamptonshire have got two excellent leg spinners in Chahal and Harrison. And as for Kent, well, they've got Matt Parkinson, who, of course, played a real key role in that game against Middlesex. So that could also be an interesting side story, providing that we don't get a load more rain delays over these next 3 and a bit days.
Yeah, it's fair to say the forecast doesn't look great, does it? But you and I have watched enough cricket here at the Cinch County Ground to know that the weather forecast isn't exactly the most accurate for this particular microcosm of the Northamptonshire county.
One more here for Ben Compton. Moves him on to 13, the score on to 41 for Kent. That will be the end of the over. So 24 remain here on day one. A very truncated one, unfortunately, due to the inclement weather, not only in the East Midlands, but indeed across the country today. Work to be done for both sides to consider this a success or a fruitful evening session. Northamptonshire obviously searching, hunting for these early wickets. Apply a little bit more pressure on the visitors. As for Ben Compton and Zach Crawley, well, runs will be great. The important thing is that wickets column. Can they see their side through? 2 stumps. Here's Sanderson. Very full. Pushed forward and pushed expertly by Ben Compton. Well weighted, well timed, well executed for 4 runs, despite the pursuit of the Northamptonshire captain, Luke Proctor. Just a nice shot that, wasn't it, Dan?
Just lent on it, didn't he? He was overpitched by Ben Sanderson, but fair enough. You'd rather miss 2 full, wouldn't you? And the trade-off for having those 5 catches in place is the fact that there are some gaps out there in the outfield. And Luke Proctor, mid-spell, understandably saying, nah, the Bulls won that race. That's fine.
Well, that has whistled off the bats. Safe Save has the head in hands. McSweeney and George Bartlett, the 2 men there. I wonder if that may have carried. We were a little bit unsighted from our position here in the comms box, but that has raced away from the edge of Ben Compton's bat.
It was always dying, wasn't it? That's why it ended up with Nathan McSweeney rather than George Bartlett, because it was on the line for 3rd slip. And McSweeney had to get across and had to get in front of George Bartlett. I think if anybody's catching it, it's going to be Nathan McSweeney. That's definitely carried.
Yeah, 100%.
Definitely carried. And I'd go so far as to say that Nathan McSweeney's taken it out of the hands of George Bartlett as well.
Well, that right there is the danger sometimes of having such a heavily populated slips cordon. That was a very catchable height for George Bartlett. McSweeney is very close, isn't he? To Bartlett, a 3rd slip. So Compton survives his scare on 17. Could be quite an important moment in this first innings. As we said, Ben Compton, very much a brick wall for Kent over the years. Someone who you can rely on to churn away and chip away runs and also fatigue the opposition bowlers. That would have been a very welcome wicket for Northamptonshire, but they just have to go again.
Certainly would. And it was a good catchable height as well for George Bartlett, wasn't it? It certainly would have carried through there. He and McSweeney, or McSweeney at least, trying to get in conversation with George Bartlett about it, trying to figure out what the stagger should be, or are they too close? Are they too far away? I mean, they are very close. It's a very, very tight slip cordon of 4. And they're very close to the stumps as well. To make sure that if any edge does come, it absolutely does carry. Unfortunately for the hosts, an opportunity to get a breakthrough goes down with the score on 47, 46 in fact. Certainly be a victory, won't it, for Crawley and Compton if they're able to get through this opening spell of Ben Sanderson. This will be the end of his 7th over. Could have one more to make it 8, potentially.
He rounds out his 7th over with a dot ball. After 13, Kent are 47 without loss. 23 overs remain here on day 1.
Yeah, potentially one more for Ben Sanderson, which will take that spell up to 8 overs. And Luke Proctor, this will be his 3rd. So it could be a change of ends for Liam Guthrie. Of course, there's another seamer in the ranks of James Sales. Would be available. He's been lightly bowled in the championship, I think would be fair to say, but Northamptonshire is a lot like well, it feels like a lot of Division 2 sides have a lot of bowling options available to them on a day-to-day basis. So yes, James Sales will have been lightly bowled in the championship. However, it may well be that Luke Proctor has seen opportunity to go elsewhere before going to James Sales. Obviously had an exceptional T20 Blast campaign.
Very full. Well dug out by Zach Crawley. Well, we've touched upon this in multiple games this season. I know we haven't seen George Bartlett actually bowl in this year's county championship, but you look at the side today, in theory, there are 9 different bowling options. The only 2 who don't bowl are McManus, the keeper, and Ricardo Vasconcelos. So there is plenty to ponder when it comes to those rotations. We've seen the golden arm of Nathan McSweeney. Early doors get in a wicket or 2 this season. Sabe. We always mention his efficiency. The slightly rounder arm, left arm orthodox.
Yeah, and depending on timing as well, they're all good options. They're all sensible options at the right time.
Guided away by Zach Crawley. The chase is on for Sabe. Will just be 2 down towards the vacant deep 3rd region. Moves him on to 24. Kent on to 49. Certainly plenty of variety at Proctor's disposal.
And I suspect that would be a big part of the reasons to why Northamptonshire, as a general rule, have found themselves where they are this summer.
Well, clipped away by Zach Crawley. Clipped away for 4. Brings up the 50 partnership between himself and Ben Compton in sumptuous style. It's been a very nice innings this so far for Zach Crawley, and a very handy one for the White Horse of Kent. The visitors 53 without loss.
Yep, 50 partnership up off what, 83 deliveries for the pair. A couple of very, very good LBW appeals early on in Ben Sanderson's spell with the new ball operating from the David Capel end, and then that one outside edge of Ben Compton, which was put down by Nathan McSweeney, but they're still there.
Oh, that's glorious from Zach Crawley. Even with the extra moisture on the outfield, that was always going to be 4 runs. That is quite simply exquisite.
Incredibly stylish, wasn't it? We said about the form, we said about the innings against Middlesex. You mentioned about an opportunity to just peak at the right time. And for either of these counties, it's a case of winning another 3 games, probably across the course of it. And a cricketer like Zach Crawley, by himself, certainly possesses the talent to win you a game on his own. Not necessarily consistently, I think would be fair to say, but has all of the talent, all of the skill set to go and win a game of cricket by himself for Kent in this run-in for the 26th Championship in Division 2. And Kent will be hoping that he's got one of those performances in his locker in these final 5 games.
Oh, slightly chases at that one. Kept a tad low compared to some of the other deliveries we've seen from Luke Proctor. No damage done as far as Kent are concerned. The visitors are 57 without loss after 14. But just looking at that Kent side, just on paper, some really, really good batting options. Of course, Sam Northeast, the experience, the grizzled veteran in that top order, the captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond, Tawanda Muyeye, one of the most aesthetically pleasing cricketers in the entire division. Chris Benjamin, who scored over 700 runs in this year's campaign. This is the difference. If you get off to a good start, suddenly you think, well, we can get a pretty big total on the board. As I believe, Dan, we're going to have some early spin here from Yuzvendra Chahal. So he will replace Ben Sanderson. We will not see an 8th over from the Sheffield-born seamer. Instead, it will be a little bit of leg spin, courtesy of the Indian overseas star. Chahal making his first county championship appearance of the season last week in the victory at Old Trafford. Took 3 wickets. That's an average of 13 in that particular game. What do you make of this early change?
I don't think it was that high on my bingo card. 14 overs into this first innings with a nice green surface, a relatively new Duke, some good overheads, the floodlights on. But maybe there's a matchup here. Ben Compton against leg spin or Zach Crawley against leg spin. Chahal would have been on the staff, wouldn't he, at Kent for a period, so he will know these guys pretty well. He and Nathan McSweeney were both awarded their county caps earlier today, which was a nice moment taken up in the dressing room. This is all on Northamptonshire's socials, so if you've not seen it, go and do so. Some lovely words. Lovely moment for both Yuzvendra Chahal and Nathan McSweeney today as we waited for the start of the first day here at the Cinch County Ground. And a good start to the over from Yuzvendra Chahal as well. Short leg in place. George Bartlett, I believe that is, under the helmet at short leg at the moment. 2 straight, tickled away. Cry of 2, should be quite comfortably, may even be more here. Long chase for Liam Guthrie and Zach Crawley, who takes about 3 strides to complete the 22 yards. Comes back for the 3rd.
Just going back to those cap presentations as well, definitely worth a watch on the Northants social media channels. Chahal, he was presented with his by the captain, Luke Proctor. As for Nathan McSweeney, well, he got his handed to him by a club legend. The great Roy Virgin handed the Australian his cap. An amazing moment for those two. Hopefully gives them plenty of confidence in this game.
I mentioned about Yuzvendra Chahal bowling the 15th over not being that high on the bingo card. I'll ask you how high Crawley advances, skews off onto the offside. Save. keeps it down to 1. We've seen James Sales under the helmet at short leg. We've seen Safe Zabe under the helmet at short leg. How high on the list would George Bartlett have been to have been in there at short leg?
Very good question. Well, that is a lot of change already, isn't it? When you think about it, already 3 different fielders under the lid. Safe pair of hands, though.
Certainly is, but that's not what you want to see from Yuzvendra Chahal whilst you stood there at short leg, as that one runs all the way down to the boundary rope for 4 leg buys. And the other thing as well, that is certainly not a criticism, but Nathan McSweeney at 4th slip. Seen a lot of Safe Zabe at 4th slip through the course of the summer. A little bit of rotation in personnel at different fielding positions. I suspect there could be, obviously we get towards this stage of the season, there's finger injuries and trying to keep James Sales available to bowl potentially rather than having him in at short leg is a consideration too. But I suppose you would want your fielders and your cordons and your catchers to be as settled as they possibly can be as we get to the end of that first over from Chahal. Eventful. Good one for Kent, 65 for no loss.
Let's face it, it's been a wonderful start, this, hasn't it, for Kent? Not only is it the fact that these two have been pretty solid, I know we've seen that chance go down with Compton on 17, but to also have 65 runs on the board at this stage is very, very good going. And let's face it, they've actually scored them quite easily, especially Crawley. Some of the shots that he's pulled off have just been absolutely exquisite. So, yeah, Northants could do with getting a wicket here, just getting a breakthrough, almost applying the brakes on what has been a strong start.
Well, we certainly would have been hoping that that scoreboard read very, very differently to what it does at this stage, wouldn't they? Having won the toss, chosen to bowl under those grey clouds. Very, very full delivery that Crawley, well, inspects the cricket bat, but certainly feels like he's going to have missed out on that one. So it was 3 overs for Luke Proctor, 0 for 17 before we go back to the Aussie left armour of Liam Guthrie. 4 overs, 1 made, 0 for 15 so far. But they certainly would have hoped that they would have had a couple of wickets to their name so far, but not to be. Big inside edge from Crawley, goes for a booming drive. And I wonder whether we're just seeing why Chahal's been brought into the attack here, just to upset the timing a little bit of Crawley and Compton.
We could argue we've seen that already with that more expansive shot from Zach Crawley. Yes, it was nowhere near to the field or out in the deep, but the fact that, what, 3-4 deliveries in, you've already tempted one of them to go into that more risky shot compared to what we've already seen. Yeah, I think that will be the tactic here for Chahal. Give it a little bit of flight and just tempt them into making a mistake.
Nicely bowled, nicely played by Compton. That's a matchup that I don't think we've seen enough of. Guthrie to Compton, just naturally swinging the ball away from Ben Compton. Every time it feels like that matchup's come about, the Kent openers found a way to get down the other end, and Guthrie's bowled a loss at Zach Crawley. The other thing as well we saw in the first over, Crawley using his feet against Chahal, really trying to be aggressive, go over the top. There is that matchup once again. Crawley up against Guthrie. It's going to be another leg bye. You can kind of sense, can't you, really, through the effects mic here on Steelbacks TV, that Northants sense a little bit flat. Maybe felt as though they, well, certainly would have wanted more, but maybe expected they might have got a little bit more.
Yeah, I'd have to agree. Compared to what we heard in the first 2 to 3 overs, it was very animated. Every single half appeal was given the full bean. Since then, it's just taken a little bit of that early confidence away.
Down the leg side and just tickled round the corner. Compton helped it on its way. Guthrie's got his head in his hand, but the line was never right. 72 for no loss now. Just to give you a quick update from one of the other games going on in Division 2 at the moment, it is the end of the first day at New Road, so no play possible between Worcestershire and Lancashire on day one, as is the case at Derby for Derbyshire versus Middlesex. Up at Chester Street for the final game in Division 2 between Durham and Gloucestershire. They're currently off for bad light. And at 5:25 in the afternoon on a pretty gloomy day, you wouldn't expect your chances to be that high, would you, to come back on? As we get to the end of the over, 72 for no loss at the end of the 16th over. So we've got a minimum of 20 remaining in the day's play here at the Cinch County grounds. Bad light down at Hove as well between Somerset and Sussex. Rain at Scarborough between Yorkshire and Leicestershire. Surrey struggling along at Chelmsford, 147 for 8. And Glamorgan, a little bit of a recovery, 77 for 4. So if you've joined us from any of those games, welcome into Steelbacks TV. Great to have you along. I'll say the word from Aaron Vars. If you can let us know where you're tuning in from, that would be wonderful. As Chahal continues from the David Capel end and beautifully bowls that leg break to Zach Crawley.
Certainly does. Yeah, let us know where you're catching the coverage from. Always nice to give, especially local shout-outs here in Northamptonshire, but indeed to the Garden of England as well down in Kent. Always a pleasure to go down there.
Another big appeal from McManus and Vasconcelos. Nothing, no interest from Chahal at all. Almost offering it's okay. Don't need to appeal. I don't think that one's out. Crawley continues. He's on 34. Nicely bowled. Nicely played as well by Crawley. Just lets it run off the outside half of the bat. We'll come back for 2. And we're nearly, dare I say it, nearly playing championship cricket under blue skies.
It is, absolutely. The clouds a lot wispier compared to the real thick overheads that we saw, well, not only earlier in the session, but indeed earlier in the day. Really was very, very wet and windy for quite a while. But thankfully, the conditions have eased. And yeah, there's almost a pastel of blue overhead. Really, really nice scenes. And, well, those will be welcome scenes to Kent as well. So these two still out there and still grafting away some runs.
It's a beauty, isn't it? Genuine play and miss from Crawley. A delightful delivery from Chahal. A real wizard, just a magician. Someone that probably internationally will be known as much more of a white ball bowler than he is a red ball bowler. But we've had a real treat and a pleasure of watching Yuzvendra Chahal here for Northamptonshire over the last couple of seasons as he ends another over. 74 for no loss at the end of 17.
Well, the past couple of seasons, and before that, of course, in 2023, played for Kent, didn't he? And initially made the move to Northamptonshire originally on what was a slightly shorter term deal in the middle of the 2024 campaign. And, well, who can forget his debut for the county? 5 for 14 from 10 overs in a one-day cup game against, would you believe it, Kent County Cricket Club. But he is just an immensely popular figure, isn't he? Yuzvendra Chahal. You always see him. He's so bubbly, warm, energetic. I describe him as the ideal teammate and obviously a very talented spinner as well.
Down my leg side. Good take from McManus. Yeah, agreed. Just a really positive person to have around in the dressing rooms. Just provides that natural lift. Not necessarily that Northamptonshire have needed that emotional lift this year with the success that's been brought to the county for that Steelbacks team. 74 for no losses. Still the 3 slips in place for Northamptonshire. So on the hunt, it's Ben Compton. Only 25 not out. Get dropped earlier on in the innings, but he's not going to give you many chances, is he?
No, he isn't. Just looking out there, Dan, I think we got the substitute fielder on. I can see the number 19 of Stuart van der Merwe down at a slightly wide-ish mid-on.
That'd be Ben Sanderson, won't it? Off for a change of socks or an energy gel or something, ready for another spell. Two straight, over straight from Guthrie, and Compton doesn't miss out. Couple of boundaries down to fine leg in the last couple of overs, and Compton says thank you very much and tucks into it, moves to 29, takes the score up to 78. And it really has been an exceptionally professional start to this first innings. The Kent County Cricket Club and Zach Crawley with Ben Compton at the top of the order.
It has, but at the same time, we haven't seen the best of this Northamptonshire bowling attack as of yet. So I think Chahal has made a really promising start. Still wicketless, of course, but has only gone for 6 runs in his first couple of overs and has tempted a full shot or two. So just needs to be a little bit more control from the seamers.
A rare short ball so far in the day. Compton looks like he's got so much time to get out the way of that one. Interesting choice. I mean, there's no real option to catch you. You've got Yuzvendra Chahal down there at fine leg, who's getting narrower and narrower. But nobody down at square on the leg side. Great shot down the ground. Guthrie can't get anything on it, and it's going to run nicely across those carpeted sponsor boards or sponsor signs here at the Cinch County ground. It's going to be 4. It's a glorious shot by Ben Compton, probably the best of the day. He moves to 33, catching up Zach Crawley, and the score 82 for no loss. A massive partnership at the top of the order here for Kent, and as each over goes by, that ball gets a little bit older. They'll be looking around thinking that, oh, it looks a bit brighter now as well, and each moment goes past, this pair will be growing in confidence out there in the middle.
I think we've also seen a perfect representation of the unpredictability of the great British weather, because now the Cinch County ground is bathed in beautiful sunshine. A lot later on in the day, admittedly. It's gone 5:30 local time here in the East Midlands. Here is Chahal.
Yeah, Crawley on the paddle sweep. Comeback Zach was the call from Compton. And it is a very, very comfortable second.
That last game against Middlesex, the victory at Merchant Taylors definitely would have boosted these two as well. Crawley already touched upon his 81 in the first innings, but Compton as well, the very well-made 65. As Crawley launches into that one, splits the gap through wide mid-on. It's 4 more for the Kent opener. Very well-controlled shot, that all along the deck.
Certainly is. Very, very nice shot. Looks like he's moving very nicely, Zach Crawley, and it's just starting I know, you well know, the county championship's got a funny way of just ebbing and flowing and twisting and turning. But it's starting to look like a very ominous end to day one here for the hosts. Partnership now is worth 88 of what, 112 deliveries. Oh, that one keeps very low. That has not missed off stump by much at all. Northamptonshire, I would say, getting into that stage, having won the toss, wanted to have a bowl first, will be getting pretty keen, pretty desperate to get a couple of wickets here and take a few with them before the end of day one. Still plenty of cricket to play. It's about halfway through the number of allotted overs that are left here on day one. Elongated evening session with that time lost this morning and this afternoon. And one more is added. Score up to 89. And Crawley on 43 will keep the strike.
Just a quick update as well from North London, where, as we've touched upon, England are taking on Pakistan at Lord's. England now 6 wickets down. Jordan Cox, formerly of Kent County Cricket Club, he was dismissed for 55, caught by the substitute fielder, Salman Ali Agha, off the bowling of Karam Shahzad, who we've seen in county cricket for Worcestershire. So yeah, England's 210 for 6. Jamie Smith unbeaten on 57. Gus Atkinson, the other man out there, on 15. As for the first time in this game, we're going to see a little bit of James Sales.
Yeah, probably the quickest bowler that Northamptonshire have got available to them. He's got 9 wickets so far in the championship this summer. Quite expensive at 4.5 runs and over and an average of 50. So, but if he can bring some of that magic that he was able to serve up for David Willey with the white ball for the Steelbacks. But I think the role is very different. Here, there's a very different role asked of James Sales in the championship than what there was in the T20 Blast and the Steelbacks. 2 slips in the gully, so first bit of a defensive move for Northamptonshire. Unlikely to be a lengthy spell, is it, from James Sales this evening? So maybe Luke Proctor can get 3, maybe 4 overs out of him at a really good pace tonight here under the floodlights. 89 for no loss. And I'd say, based on the second delivery, James Sales is going to give Luke Proctor a couple of overs here of some real pace, or as quick as he can go at least. Knowing that Ben Sanderson will get another spell before stumps. Yuzvendra Chahal probably will operate from the David Capel end through to the end of the day. Bit of safe Zabe if needed. Bit of Nathan McSweeney depending on matchups. Squared up, skewed into the offside. Leading edge beats McSweeney. And it will be another couple of runs to Crawley. Moves to 45. Take Kent into the 90s. So plenty of encouragement out there from the skipper, Luke Proctor, leading the troops. Seabold, James Sales, one delivery left here for the Northampton all-rounder in his opening over. Just a couple of runs off it, but it's been a good one, been eventful. Tickled away down the leg side. Another boundary for Kent. They move to 95. Crawley on 49, just one away from what would be his second half century of 26th County Championship. Consecutive weeks, and you really can feel Aaron Valsh, just that momentum, just switching. It's been not sucked out of Northamptonshire here, but Kent very much on top.
Oh, 100%. Look, the fact is, even getting to the first 20 overs without losing a wicket, that would have been a massive moral victory for Kent, especially in those earlier conditions. They're on 95 as well. It's not as though these two have been scoring at a snail's pace. It's been really, really well measured. And for Zach Crawley so far, I know he's scored the lion's share of the boundaries, but he's also leaving the ball really well. So I must admit, very impressed with the start here from the visitors. Northants need a breakthrough.
Chahal to Compton, which may be the first time that these two have come up against one another in this particular fixture. I think Chahal's bowled exclusively to Crawley up till now. Still the short leg in place. Vasconcelos in there at first slip. And a bit of a ring field. Other than that, incredibly flighted. Very quick single taken to Ben Sanderson. And it's back to Chahal versus Crawley. Score on 96. Crawley, of course, one away from that second half century of the summer. The field stays pretty much exactly the same. One sweeper, two sweepers go out. Chahal on the money. That tall, imposing figure of Zach Crawley pressing forward in defence. Full toss, which Crawley, oh, he's going to be miffed. I use the word miffed that he's not been able to put that away.
Yeah, I think that's an apt description. That is bread and butter, isn't it, for Zach Crawley?
Good over. Good end to it from Yuzvendra Chahal. Just one run conceded. 96 for no loss after 21. Sun is very much out here at the Cinch County Grounds. Floodlights still on, but making no impact for the light here whatsoever. Those long shadows that you can see on the live stream here on Steelbacks TV, very much being cast by that setting sun over Northampton Town Centre. As we get closer to 6 o'clock here on Thursday afternoon. Very, very delayed start. If you just joined us, we were here ready to go. 9:30 this morning. Keen as Christmas, we were ready for the championship to return to the Cinch County Ground, but little did we know. Well, no, we had a fair idea, didn't we?
Yeah, I think there were quite a few clues, weren't they? When we arrived this morning, and standing water and puddles. I know we've already mentioned this, but shout out to the ground staff as well. They have done a phenomenal job with clearing all of that moisture.
Did indeed. Tirelessly out there. Pretty soggy conditions all in the wellies. Moving those ground sheets with that amount of water on it. A huge task. So those of you that have been waiting for us to go live, grateful to have your company now. I'm sure those of you tuning in supporting Kent have enjoyed a very, very good opening 21 overs here in the first innings. Continues to do so. And you've got to say, at the moment, from what we've seen after that initial kind of salvo with the new ball, feels like it falls down to user error here from Compton or Crawley if one of them were to get out at this stage of the game.
Yeah, slight lapse in concentration. That feels like it could be a catalyst here for Northamptonshire.
I think certainly that last delivery from James Sales just highlighting not a huge amount of pace in the surface. Sales pushes that very, very full. Nicely stopped. Liam Guthrie in those wicket ends. Very patchy areas of the square now as we get towards the end of the 2026 summer. Plenty of cricket has been played here at the Cinch County grounds, and those wicket ends not causing too much mischief for Liam Guthrie. He tidies that up. 96 for no loss. One down the leg side, and Compton frustratingly can't catch up with it. End of another one. 22 overs done. The score is 96 for no loss.
Just looking out there, it will be Yuzvendra Chahal to resume from the David Capel end. Zach Crawley will be the man on strike for the first delivery of this latest over from the Indian overseas wrist spinner. It's been a very, very well-measured knock, this, from Zach Crawley so far. 49 from 70 deliveries faced. Looking to make it half centuries in back-to-back matches in the Rothesay County Championship. Here is Chahal then, bowling to Crawley. Won't get it on that occasion. Dot ball to start. As the sun continues to just dip, you can see the elongation of the shadows. Change in field here as well for George Barlett under the lid. Crawley content to be watchful against the former Kent man. Someone who quite clearly made quite the impact on the Kent dressing room as well. Saw some lovely scenes here earlier today, embracing his former teammates. Quite clearly, very popular figure. Slightly shorter in length. Punch through the offside, and this will be a 50 for Zach Crawley. After scoring 81 in the previous game against Middlesex, he has got Kent off to a near perfect start here in Northampton. 50 from 74 deliveries faced. It's included 8 fours, well batted Zach Crawley, providing precisely the platform that his side were looking for. And he has played some glorious shots in there for good measure. A bit more flight from Chahal. Good to see as well. We touched upon his numbers at the start of the broadcast. Now tricks over or ticks over, I should say, 350 runs for the campaign, boosting the average as well. More dip and drift for Chahal, resolutely defended by Ben Compton. End of the over, 97 for none is what the score reads for Kent. 13 overs remain in the day's play. What's been a heavily shortened first day of action between Kent and Northamptonshire. Kent currently sat in second place on 139 points. Northamptonshire not far behind them at all on 135. It's not quite winner takes all, but if there is to be a winner in this clash, it will go a very, very long way to determining who could finish in that top two. Durham very much the front runners in the second division. North Eastern County also going very well at the Riverside. More on that after this ball. Sales it is to Zach Crawley. So it is now stumps at the Riverside. Durham finish on 100 for 3. They trail Gloucestershire by 37 with 7 wickets still remaining. An excellent day for the league leaders. David Beddingham unbeaten on 59 at stumps, batting alongside a certain Ben Stokes. Sales have overstepped there. It's going to be a no ball as well as runs off the bat for Crawley. 2 more for his personal collection. By my maths, that should also bring up the 100 partnership. There we go. We had the moment of realisation between the two Kent openers. They have batted superbly well. 101 between Ben Compton and Zach Crawley. And a very subdued celebration in the middle. They know, Dan, the job is not done.
Absolutely. They'll know that they've got an opportunity, haven't they, to go and get a big score, go and put Kent very much in this game. I think I was more surprised by the subdued celebration from the supporters. It took a little while to filter through.
Very full by Sales. Clipped in front of square out towards deep mid wickets. At least 2, should be 3 here for Zach Crawley. Indeed it will be. Spoke about the importance of running between the wickets in this game. The outfield a lot slower compared to what we saw earlier on in the month, and indeed in the previous block of county championship fixtures. Fantastic to have nearly 1,000 of you tuning in as well. If you haven't already, give the stream a like and subscribe to Steelbacks TV. As we mentioned before, we are closing in on the big milestone of 100,000, less than 2K away. If you can help us, please, please do. Tucked away by Ben Compton. Will it go for 4? No, well stopped by Yuzvendra Chahal. 2 more for the Kent opener. I know we gave a nice shout out to the ground staff as well, Dan, but also a huge mention to the supporters. We have seen this smattering of spectators throughout the day's play, especially in the West Stand and over towards the Spencer Lounge when it was nigh on apocalyptic earlier today. Very hardy supporters here in Northampton. They've been treated. So what has been a very good opening partnership here, admittedly, from the visitors. Zach Crawley and Ben Compton, they have played some delightful shots in this 100-plus run stand. Compton goes on the drive. Steps away from it.
To be fair to Ben Compton, I don't think he knew where it was. I don't think he knew it was right beneath his or right behind his boots there. Otherwise, I'm sure he would have hopefully just picked that up and underarmed it off to one of the fielders.
Next shot only goes as far as safe save at backward point. It is staggering how much the weather has changed.
Oh, it's quite outrageous. You wouldn't have thought it was the same day, would you?
No.
You really wouldn't.
No, it's astonishing, really. I don't think it's even the same month. Looks like what we've had throughout the summer so far compared to those wintry scenes earlier today. Compton decides to leave the last delivery of the over well alone. 24 have been bowled in this evening session here on day one. With 12 overs remaining in the day's play, Kent are 106 without loss.
Yeah, Adam Hollyoake, Daniel Bell-Drummond will be very, very happy with the way that Kent have gone about this. They would have been under pressure, of course they would have done. They would have known, and I'm sure Daniel Bell-Drummond would have had and taken the opportunity to bowl first, had he have won that toss at 4 o'clock this afternoon. But these two have been absolutely superb, haven't they? They've not really put a foot wrong. Yeah, there was that catch that went down off McSweeney from Ben Compton. Big appeal from Chahal, but I'm pretty sure that sounded quite woody. As Crawley's looking to play that down into the leg side. Crawley himself, though, has looked $1 million here. 55, has played some incredibly stylish shots, has left the ball well, looks like he's moving incredibly well too. And he looks confident.
Yeah, he's backed himself, hasn't he? When he has taken the more expansive option. Strides forward there. Compton advanced a little bit down the track. Was put on his skates a little bit. Good call in the end by his opening partner. But no, I completely agree. It's been a very well-controlled innings so far from Zach Crawley. And that is a gorgeously controlled shot. That, for me, is the shot of the day. And it sails over the rope for 6. Goodness gracious me. That is a top-class strike from Zach Crawley.
Stylish and effortless from Crawley, wasn't it? It was overpitched by Chahal. But just that single step forward, the full flow, flourish of the bat, travels all the way for 6.
Chopped away this time on the offside. Well stopped in the end. In the deep will be 2 more to add to Crawley's tally.
Yeah, certainly the return hasn't been what Zach Crawley would have wanted, or Kent supporters would have wanted, or even England supporters would have wanted over the last couple of years.
But slightly off the edge. Sorry, Dan.
I don't think anybody has ever doubted the style at which Zach Crawley goes about his work. And I know you just said that's slightly off the edge, but he's played that deliberately. Open the face up on that, run it down, using the pace of Chahal, and picks up another boundary. And before you've known it, he's on 67.
And the score on to 118. It has been a phenomenal start this for Kent. Well left outside the off stump by the right-hander. 25 overs have gone then. Kent remain 118 without loss. In what could be a very important game in deciding that top 2. I think we'd both be in agreement, Dan. Although things could change in the northeast. If Gloucestershire were to produce an upset, that could definitely just throw cats amongst the pigeons when it comes to the promotion race. But Durham look pretty well set, don't they, in that top spot? And, well, depending on your perspective, it's either a 2-horse or a 3-horse race.
Yeah, I mean, Durham currently sit on 172 points. I know they've got some points in the bag from that first innings already, but that's what, a game and a bit ahead of Kent, or a game and a half ahead of Kent. They're in second place on 139, and Northants in third on 135.
Here's Sales. Compton does drive. It was uppish, but he's picked the gap divinely. 4 runs out towards the Briggs and Forrester stand. Compton moves into the 40s.
I think we'd all be quite shocked if Durham didn't occupy one of those two spots to return to the top flight of the county championship. Particularly, I mean, with the points on the board that they've got, and then also with the likes of Ben Stokes now being available, Bryden Cass being available, Matt Potts being available as he has been all summer. Ben Rain to come back as well. He's not been in that Durham side for the last game and this one. You think of all of those players and the points that they've got available, it would take something quite remarkable for Durham not to be in one of those two spots, which then makes this game even more important for the pair of Kent and Northamptonshire. And it also makes this opening partnership between Compton and Crawley even more important.
Absolutely does. But yeah, Durham's bowling is frightening, isn't it? Of course, they're the next opponents for Northamptonshire here at the Cinch County ground, but the batting's pretty good as well, as we'll touch upon. Slightly up in the air again, shouts of catch it. It's spooned up and Sales just couldn't get there in time. Well, just in the past couple of overs, some slight opportunities beginning to creep in here for Northamptonshire. Can one materialise into a full-blooded chance?
Yeah, the last couple there, I think just highlighting what we've spoken about with the surface not having the greatest pace about it. Obviously, we've had a lot of moisture. That will be playing a factor. That last one in particular really did hold into the surface, didn't it, for Ben Compton? And fortunately for him, there was no Northamptonshire fielder around to complete what would have been one of the simplest catches in the championship. So maybe an option here for Luke Proctor and his men to test out the middle of the pitch here. Just see what life there might be. Can they get another full shot out of Ben Compton as they move that fielder out to deep square?
Compton cramped for a little bit of room there. Just going back to the conversation about the promotion race as well. Yeah, Durham's batting with the likes of Alex Lees, Ben McKinney, who's one of the brightest prospects in the entire county circuit, it has to be said. David Beddingham, Ben Stokes, we've already touched upon, Will Rhodes, Ollie Robinson. Yeah, it's a stacked side from 1 to 11. Well defended again by Ben Compton. Top ball to wrap up the 26th. Kent 122 without loss. A little bit of an update as well from Chelmsford, where Surrey have been bowled out for 183. So no batting bonus points for the Brown Caps. Essex have just got their first innings underway. Currently 0 for the loss of 0 after 5 deliveries. Play also continuing in South Wales, where Glamorgan 102 for 5 after dismissing Hampshire for 162 earlier on in the day's play. And as for the test at Lords, England now 8 down, 239 for 8 to be specific. Jamie Smith was clean bowled by Muhammad Ali, and it was deja vu for Ollie Robinson, so he was clean bowled for a 2-ball duck as well. So here in Northampton, we welcome back Ben Sanderson from the David Capel end, currently wicketless from his first 7. Can he provide a little bit of magic here? Starts off well in that channel, the corridor of uncertainty. And that is what Ben Sanderson does to a very high degree.
Yeah, feels if there's a wicket that's going to be taken, it's going to be off the bowling of Ben Sanderson, doesn't it? The guy that's asked the most questions today and throughout the entirety of the season for Northamptonshire too. Curious to know whether Sales continues. Do you think you might get a little look at Calvin Harrison from the Lynn Wilson centre end? But then his role now with the ball is a little bit more challenging with Yuzvendra Chahal in the 11. But almost to under-bowl Calvin Harrison could also feel like a bit of a mistake from a supporter's perspective. Genuine all-round cricketer, not somebody that just offers a bit of leg spin. It's a genuine all-round option. but it's a job for Luke Proctor just to find that bowling partnership, isn't it? Try and put Kent under a bit of pressure, which I would say would be the real criticism of Northamptonshire in this first session of the first day, is they haven't been able to apply the pressure to Kent that they would have liked to have done so. Ben Sanderson would be the exception to that. He bowled 7 overs, conceded 20 runs, I think, from those 7 overs. Everybody else has just been able just to allow that pressure to dip out. Liam Guthrie going at nearly 5s, Luke Proctor over 5.5, Chahal 4.5, James Sales nearly 5s. Not been able to find that bowling combination. They've not been able to find the bowler to back up Ben Sanderson, build pressure from both ends. When you know that you're going to be able to score from the other ends, it's not going to make it easy, but facing Ben Sanderson is going to be a little bit simpler.
Absolutely. How many times have we said in the coverage this season the importance of bowling in tandem? And we just haven't seen that so far from Northamptonshire. Sanderson is bang on the money, though, in this over. It goes back to what you've just said there, Dan. The fact is Crawley hasn't really got any risk when it comes to playing Sanderson here. He doesn't have to force a shot. His side are in a very strong position. Yes, of course, there's always a danger of the outside edge against the former Yorkshire bowler, but the thing with Crawley here, he knows there could be runs from the other end, so just play within his means for the time being. A little bit like that, defends it back to the bowler. It's a very good restart for Sanderson. Begins with his second maiden of the day's play. After 27 overs, Kent's 122 without loss. A reminder for those who maybe tuned in a little bit later to the broadcast as well. Northamptonshire won the toss, chose to have a bowl first in what were admittedly very different conditions, and unfortunately for the home side, they just couldn't capitalise, could they, Dan?
No, absolutely couldn't. There was a couple of very, very good LBW appeals in those opening couple of overs. And Ben Compton, can't remember the exact number. I don't know whether he made a note of it, but was put down off the bowling. Ben Sanderson, wasn't he?
Yep, for 17.
Gone on to get his score up to 40, so costly. A partnership now worth well over 100 here. 2 slips in a gully for James Sales. But I think as form of a self-assessment, I think Northamptonshire will be able to identify the fact that they haven't bowled as well as what they know they could do as a bowling unit here on this opening evening of the county championship. They'll know they could have bowled better. They'll also have known, which may explain why it's quite so quiet through the effects mic at the moment, just how important that session, that first hour, could have been had they been able to bowl a bit better.
At the same time, though, we haven't really seen too many demons from the surface, have we? I know that earlier on, especially with Yuzvendra Chahal from the David Capel end, he had a couple which just sipped a little bit lower than expected. We've also seen the 1-2 Ben Compton from the Lynn Wilson centre end from, guess who, James Sales, which just gripped a little bit, almost deceived him for a lack of pace in that instance. But aside from that, pretty decent to bat on. Well pushed forward again by Compton for no run. And that is why those conditions could have been very important, just with the extra hint of lateral movement on offer. But at the same time, you can't really judge where an innings is at or even where a game is at until both sides have had a go. So we may be looking at this and going, it's been a fantastic start for Kent, and it has been, but Northants themselves going to get off to a decent start. So we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and generally speaking, through the championship here in 2026, these wickets have been exceptionally good for batting. at the Cinch County Ground, haven't they? And the games have gone late into day 4, whether that's been, well, that draw against Lancashire, some of the victories for Northamptonshire here at home, they have gone long and late into that final session on the 4th day. So I think certainly Luke Proctor looked up and was hopeful that that would have provided a bit of assistance through the air. But actually, off the surface, well, he behaved as we expected it would have done based on what we know, what we've watched through the course of the 26 summer.
And I think you could tell that by the quick bowling change, bringing in Rispin very early doors, actually. As soon as Sanderson's spell had finished, Chahal was ready, warmed up and let loose from the opposing side. I do wonder if we could just see Calvin Harrison before the end of the day's play. Just as a little bit of an X factor. I know, as you mentioned, he hasn't had a bowl as of yet, Dan, but he is that style of player, isn't he? We saw it last season. Yes, we haven't seen it to the same extent this year with only 18 wickets at 44, but Calvin Harrison can be a difference maker.
Yeah, he can. He and Yuzvendra Chahal obviously both leg spinners, so that's going to be the challenge, isn't it? However, if you were to settle that kind of old playground argument as to who's tallest, and you put Calvin Harrison and Yuzvendra Chahal back to back, and you kind of went, yep, no, definitely Harrison's is slightly taller. He will provide you something different, won't he? It's the same skill, it's the same style, but he will get that bit of extra bounce, which is something else to think about for any of the opposing batters in the back end of this 26 summer. So certainly I wouldn't want to see Calvin Harrison underbowled.
Someone who definitely hasn't been underbowled this summer is this man, Ben Sanderson. Currently the 3rd leading wicket taker in the 2nd division. And he has been quite simply sensational all summer long. The real standout, that 7 for 31. A spellbinding stint against Worcestershire right here at the Cinch County Ground. Of course, this season earlier on against Lancs also reached 600 career wickets for Northamptonshire County Cricket Club. A modern great and then some. Always a pleasure to witness Ben Sanderson at his fluent and flowing best. Was also Northamptonshire's leading wicket taker in the 2024 County Championship as well. Although in that season, it has to be said, he only played 12 matches, got 41 wickets, so he's already surpassed that tally so far this summer. McManus up to the stumps. Well taken. Really, really smart glove work from the former Hampshire man. He's ever so tidy, ever so reliable, isn't he, McManus?
Very, very smart operator, isn't he? Very tidy with the gloves. I mean, we saw a few, didn't we, go past him earlier on this afternoon or this evening? But that was in those really tricky conditions. And I think that kind of movement from McManus highlights just how tricky that was to open the batting here for both Crawley and Compton with the sideways movement that in particular Ben Sanderson was able to get. I think we're going to have a little look at this Dukes. Ben Sanderson not happy with it, so the umpires will come together, see how it's going. Have we got any other updates as to what's going on in the championship? Is there any other games still going? Or
well, indeed we have. We'll start in South Wales, where Glamorgan now 103 for 7, still 59 runs shy of what Hampshire got in their first innings. It's been a crazy day, really. That's the Fire Gardens. So yeah, the latest wicket to fall, that of Ben Kellaway. He was dismissed by Sonny Baker for 57. So play still underway there. There has also been a first wicket in the Essex innings as well. Paul Walter dismissed by Dan Worrell. Edge one behind to Surrey wicketkeeper Ben Folk. So Essex are 9 for 1 in the 4th over on home soil in Chelmsford. And I believe, yeah, that is everything in the county championship. It's approaching 6:15 local time. Still have 7.5 overs in Northampton. Sanderson ready to bowl once more. And has overstepped. Another no ball. That has also been a slight negative for Northamptonshire in this innings so far. Quite a few extras, especially from the no balls and those earlier buys and leg buys.
Yeah, I mean, nobody does any of that on purpose, do they? But it probably is going to be a little bit of a nod towards frustration for Northamptonshire. They know that it wouldn't have been easy to take wickets this afternoon and this evening. Sanderson oversteps once again. Kind of turns with a bemused look on his face. That's probably the same number of no balls that Ben Sanderson's bowled in the last 5 years, I would have thought, from the David Capel end. He probably would be able to run in his sleep and deliver an over in the championship from the David Capel end. Anyway, it probably is a little nod to the frustration and where they find themselves in this game. There would have been no hesitation at all, would there, from Luke Proctor to have had a bowl first. And they would have been hopeful, maybe expectant, that they would have had a couple of wickets, if not more, to their name. They would have seen those conditions and they would have been hungry at the opportunity to get out there with ball in hand and thinking, okay, there's an opportunity here to really put Kent under pressure. And it has pretty much done an entire 180 on that plan, and Kent have put Northamptonshire under a significant amount of pressure.
Yeah, full credit to them. Just seeing out there as well, Calvin Harrison just loosening up the bowling shoulder. Could we see him on sooner rather than later, just to round out the day's play? Well played by Zach Crawley. Very square of the wicket on the offside. Liam Guthrie, he goes after it. In the end, can't quite corral the ball back from the West Stand boundary. 4 more for Zach Crawley. He moves in to the 70s, and Kent up to 130 without loss. Well defended by Crawley to wrap up the 29th over. Kent remain 130 without loss. And yeah, just one final update, that coming from North London, where of course England taking on Pakistan at Lord's. Well, that could well be the end of the day's play. Bad light currently in that game. England now 9 wickets down. Yeah, Jofra Archer, the latest man to go for 14.
Yeah, all things considered, and the start that England had there, in again, tricky conditions, favourable bowling conditions, and we've all seen how that last Test match at Lord's went against New Zealand. I'd say 248 for 9. It's not a terrible spot to be in, is it really? What with that bowling attack of Robinson, Atkinson, Archer and Tongue. But I think you're probably right. I think that'll be time to shut up shop at Lord's on day one and come back tomorrow. James Sales then continues. 7 overs to go here at the Cinch County grounds. Can Northamptonshire break this partnership? Can they take a wicket? Can they take anyone with them back to the hotel this evening? That will be the question. I wouldn't have said Compton or Crawley deserve to be dismissed here. They've batted so well together in this partnership. Compton on 40, make that Compton on 44 as he just guides it past second slip, and George Bartlett at Gully takes the score up to 134, just uses the pace of Sales through the offside, and that partnership continues to grow. A watchful innings of Ben Compton continues. Just watches it the whole way from the hand of James Sales into the gloves of Lewis McManus. He's faced 83 deliveries for a score of 44. And Northants just don't have the answer. They don't have the question to be able to ask here to either of these Kent openers. Crawley's chanceless 71. Compton was the man that got put down by Nathan McSweeney at fourth slip with his score on 17. So drop catch starting to feel expensive. 134 for no loss as we get to the end of this James Sales over. Shorter ball, beautifully bowled and beautifully played by Ben Compton. 6 overs to go. 134 for no loss. Sanderson to continue this spell. 2 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 8 so far. Still the 3 slips. And Crawley still the immovable force, the immovable object. We're going to see a spell of Calvin Harrison. He's starting to get loose, stretching that back out at second slip. So I suspect that'll be a replacement for James Sales here at the Lynn Wilson Centre end. 30 overs have been bowled now in this innings. This is Sanderson's 10th. 6 for Liam Guthrie, 3 for Proctor, 6 for Jahal and 6 for Sales. And Calvin Harrison will then be the 6th bowler used in this opening session for Northamptonshire. And you wouldn't rule out a safe save over to round the day out either.
No, definitely not. We both alluded to it. I think that is the right option to bring on Calvin Harrison. Just give him a little bit of a sighter, especially with that extra bounce.
Stylish drive through the offside. It's taken all the pace out of it with the bounce, but it's got enough momentum on it to beat Chahal to the rope. Another 4 for Kent, another 4 for Zach Crawley. He moves to 75. That's his 12th boundary of the innings. 11 fours, 1 6. That one as good, but not quite as good as the 6 down the ground off Chahal, but certainly a very stylish looking cricket shot. 75 now for Crawley. That one trying to work it too fine into the leg side, and you could see that reaction from Crawley. He was angry with himself that he really tried to manipulate that into the leg side. Sanderson overstepping once again. It's not quite clicking for Northamptonshire.
No, it definitely isn't. And that has been the other worry. It has been the amount of extras. It's over 20 now for the innings. And I completely agree with the previous point, Dan. It's been found from frustration. They haven't quite been able to capitalise.
through the offside once again. Chahal is going to be in pursuit. It's a long, long pocket, but that ball is going to win the race once more. Another boundary for Zach Crawley. Moves to 79. Takes the score up to 144. And there is still 5 overs and 1 delivery to go this evening.
Well, for want of a better word, Dan, it's been tremendous between these two. It really has. Yes, there was the early scare for Ben Compton on 17, which in hindsight probably should have been caught. But aside from that, it's been near faultless.
Case in point there with that forward defence from Zach Crawley to round out the over. 144 for no loss after 31. We are going to get a look at Calvin Harrison from the Lynn Wilson Centre end, so we will replace James Sales. On the money, good start. Oh, huge appeal, big turn from Harrison. Compton continues the vigil at the crease on 44.
Very promising signs early doors, though, here for Calvin Harrison. Lovely bit of turn.
That one once more gets past George Bartlett, but as you say, some genuine turn off the surface here. Quick turn as well for Calvin Harrison. It was a very, very good appeal. Compton trapped on the back foot. It's another single, though. Continues his stay. He's on 45. Crawley, 79. Just taking a look over his shoulder to see where Liam Guthrie's going to end up at mid-wicket. Quite happily just takes the single available in there on the leg side. One of those bowling changes that on those opening handful of deliveries you look at and you go, why didn't we do that a little bit earlier? Because this has been a challenging over here for Kent up against Harrison, more so even than what that over or spell was from Yuzvendra Chahal, who bowled from the David Capel end earlier on today. End of the over. We've got 4 remaining in the day's play. We've had 32 and the score's 146 for no loss, with Crawley on 80 and Compton on 45.
Appears to be spin from both ends as well. Will be Yuzvendra Chahal from the David Capel end. So it's a slightly tricky end to the day's play here for Zach Crawley and Ben Compton. 2 very different wrist spinners. Very, very different. Different angles, different release points, and different styles with their spin as well. Harrison more akin to using the slider, the top spinner. Chahal, of course, with the turning leg breaks and the googly. Could be a fascinating end to day 1.
Full toss, top edge into the leg side, falls a long way short of James Sales, despite the cry of catch, just to generate a bit of excitement. Crawley continues, frustrated that he wasn't able to get hold of that. Moves to 81. Over this from Chahal up against Compton. Compton's role has changed slightly, isn't it, to make sure that he's still there tomorrow. Really has slowed his scoring rate down. Looks like he's been in and around 40 for an age as Chahal tries to slide that one through the defence. Incredibly flighted delivery from Chahal to end the over. Compton keeps the strike. 3 overs to go then here at the Cinch County Ground on Steelbacks TV. And Kent, having been asked to bat first, are 148 for no loss.
Yep, ideal start for Adam Hollyoak's men. Just touching upon Ben Compton as well. In his last 5 games against Northamptonshire, 2 centuries, both 114 not out earlier on in 2026 and back in April 2023, respectively. In between that, also scored 66 in the other game, which took place last season in Canterbury. One of a few Kent batting options who, I must say, do have quite the record against the Tudor Rose of Northants.
Well, Kent had a remarkable victory here a couple of years ago, didn't they, with that Daniel Bell-Drubbin triple 100 plus, was that 180 from Tawanda Miyeye?
179.
17. Oh, okay, rounded up. Rounded up between
Yeah,
friends. Sorry, Mr. Pedantic.
We will allow it.
Swept by Crawley. It's almost punched round the corner. Brings up the 150 for Kent and the visitors. And you have to say, what an absolutely magnificent start to this championship fixture for Kent County Cricket Club. Have not put a foot wrong in this first innings. Turn again. We can tell you're a bowler, can't we? Batters always rounding your score up. 180-ish, 180 odd, well, 179 actually. Dude, you're in that kind of bowling figures mentality. You're never rounding your figures up, are you? How many did you get today? Ah, 3 for 50 odd. No. 3 for 46.
That does sound like me, to be fair. About 4 overs.
4 overs. Slipping a short leg in place for Harrison. Just keeps a fraction low, and Compton, with the pace, able to just rotate that strike. He moves up to 48. Can Northamptonshire just take one with them? Can they break this partnership at the end of day one? Not there. Crawley looking very, very good on 82, ominously good on 82 from a Northamptonshire perspective. 151 for no loss at the end of the 34th over. But a couple of overs left to go. One from Chahal and one from Harrison. Hope that you've all enjoyed the coverage here on Steelbacks TV in this final session on the first day. A few visitors in from North America, one from Thailand, a few from Kent, a few from Northamptonshire. It's been great to have you all along for the ride. Aaron and I will be here all the way through this fixture. Great to have you for as long as possible, as long as you're able to join us here. Chahal in to bowl his final over, and Compton continues to have an answer.
Yeah, and this is what Ben Compton does really well. It's the concentration, it's the discipline that he shows at the crease. More than happy to dig in and graft away when the situation requires.
I mean, how frustrated do you think Northamptonshire will be leaving the field of play this evening, assuming the score for the majority stays the same as what it is on the board there?
I'd say very. I'd say very. Not just because of the runs on the board, but the fact that there's been quite a few extras. Over 20 already in the innings in not even 35 overs. And since that early drop of Compton, we haven't really seen any clear-cut chances. That's been the other thing. It's not as though there's been a bunch of edges which have just flown past the fielders or ones which have just dropped short. There hasn't really been anything to latch onto. It's one of those where they would have seen those overheads. They will have seen the extra tinge of green on the surface and gone, you know what, we fancy this. The seamers were licking their lips. We saw them. They were so happy to be out there bowling. And unfortunately, we just didn't see that control or the accuracy that we've seen in other games. But with that being said, we've touched upon it before, Dan. The fact is, this is the first day of the game and the first almost segment of the first innings. 2 teams will bat on this. Northants almost have to use this as a little bit of a blueprint. As soon as you get past the new ball, it's been pretty easy to bat on.
Yeah, agreed. Once it's got past that kind of opening half a dozen overs or so. 152 for no loss. 1 over to go, then will be bowled by Calvin Harrison. There should be a couple of runs for Compton, who brings up his half century, joins his opening partner, Zach Crawley, with that milestone on the board. 51 now for Compton, 154 for no loss, as he salutes his teammates on the balcony up in the heavy suite.
Compton making just his 6th appearance of the season. He's now surpassed 300 runs for the campaign. 1 century plus score, and that's currently his 3rd 50 plus.
Okay, I think we're just going to get a slight change in the field here. Safe Zabes called for the helmet to come down. That'll be George Scrimshaw on 12th man duties in this final over. So really trying to provide a bit of company here for for Ben Compton to round out the day. And it's certainly a position that Kent have got themselves into here that put them massively in the ascendancy in this game. Plus as well, when you consider the speed at which they've gone about scoring here, going at just under 4.5 runs and over, they've got this 150 very quickly.
It's not just the scoring rate, but you can see how many boundaries there've been. Ben Compton has scored 8, Zach Crawley 13 in total, 12 of those 4s, and that immaculate 6, and that really was an impeccable shot. But yeah, the run scoring has been too fluent for Northamptonshire's liking.
Safe save in there at silly point or silly cover. Take your pick, really, as to which one you'd like to choose. 4 deliveries left then here at the end of day 1 at the Cinch County grounds. And Compton, I think, very, very keen to make sure he's there, not out, to come back again tomorrow morning under what Kent will hope to be blue skies here in Northampton. On appeal, but he's got himself outside the line. A bit of bat involved as well. But they'll be hoping to come back tomorrow morning, restart under blue skies. This ball now 36 overs old, so it'll be a fair way into day 2 before a second new ball becomes available for Northamptonshire. This one hasn't done a huge amount through the air for the seamers. Oh, that is a big appeal for Harrison, and again the umpire unmoved. 1 delivery left, and there's certainly been some theatre to end this Thursday evening.
Yeah, and that's what wrist spin provides. It is the dark arts, isn't it? It's why we absolutely love seeing the leggies in action. Here we go then. Harrison it is to Compton.
Oh, there is a big appeal. Is there one on the final ball of the day? There is not. Not out Ben Compton, not out Zach Crawley. They both undo the Velcro on their gloves and confidently stride off towards the dressing rooms, because they have had a fantastic day here for Kent out there in the middle of the Cinch County ground. It's 154 for no loss. Compton's on 51, Crawley on 82. That was after Luke Proctor won the toss and said, yes, please, we would love to have a bowl first in these humid and overcast conditions with the floodlights on. Kent have been absolutely immaculate, and their teammates will be waiting at the top of the stairs there in the heavy suite to give them both an almighty pat on the back for a job well done here on day 1.
Well, to put it simply, that has been sensational. From Ben Compton and Zach Crawley, from start to finish. Again, for those who have not seen what the conditions look like under floodlights, when the game finally got underway in this, the only session of day 1, the evening session itself, the way in which they applied themselves was masterful. And Crawley in particular, yes, we tend to think of the run scoring, the lovely cover drives, that impeccable 6, but what's really stood out to me is the confidence in when to leave it, when to defend it. He's looked like someone in complete and full control of his game. So for Kent, that is a phenomenal start to the game. 154 without loss. Those two will stride out tomorrow, confidence surging through the veins. And as for Northamptonshire, well, they need to go back to the drawing board. Admittedly, that is not the best bowling display that we've seen, but this is the beauty of first-class cricket in the County Championship. It's a 4-day game, not a 1-day game, so there's plenty of time for things to change.
It certainly is. And as the covers come back out to the middle, we will say good night and good evening to you. Aaron and I will be back at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning for the start of day 2. So thank you for joining us. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and we will see you tomorrow.